Hello, everybody. Back again to play some Rogue Trader. Making sure I got all my settings here. This is a lot more difficult when you don't have two monitors. Okay. I think we're good. Alright, anyways, yes, hello. We're picking up from where we left off a couple days ago. Hopefully my audio levels are okay here. Might be... No, it should be fine. What did we do? We finished going through the electrodynamic cenobium, I think it was called. Thwarted some cultist plans there. We're gonna blow up the planet. Stopped them from doing that. And then we managed to get into the prison complex on one of the planetoids out there. Finally, we're having a lot of crashes trying to get in there before, but we managed to get in and wrap that up. Picked up well, I don't know if they're going to be a new crew member or they're just a named NPC with a voice. I suspect if they have a voice, probably going to be a crew member, but they're not available for our team yet, if they are. And I think the only thing we have left to do here is go to the sort of capital city again, and they have some kind of celebration they're putting on for us. And then I suspect we're leaving, going somewhere else. Probably to Footfall. But is there anything else we need to do? We have some levels, but they're on our custom NPCs. There's some grenades we could distribute here, but I don't know. I guess give her a couple. I think, and what she got for a necklace? 4 to max wounds. Target will be slowed. I guess we could do that. Gives her 4 max wounds. That'll help. And while the Veil degradation is above 15, she gets 10 toughness and regenerates wounds. Why not? We could give the pendant to maybe Heinrich's, or what does Argenta have? Nothing. Give it to her. I prefer to use rapid fire with her, but did we ever use this? We must have. Yeah, I prefer to use rapid fire on her, but sometimes we can get a single shot off. Just slows the target. And let's throw some of these into our cargo. This is a story item, I guess. It was... Oh, here's the thing that talks about the Fiery Reckoning. Crewed by Servitor... Fiery Reckoning is crewed by a Servitor... Hive? It says Hive? Hive Mind? Chances of the ship returning are minimal. The object has been loaded aboard. Corners is over there. Huh. Okay. I was wondering where we'd gotten back to the ship here, and we were able to talk to a couple people about the Fiery Reckoning. I think Janarus here had said something about it. What did he... Can we talk to him about it again? Doesn't seem like it. Well, anyway, Goodbye. Alright, let's get down to the celebration and see what awaits us there. Seemed like Itera, or Psyker, had some kind of baleful premonition of something that might happen here, so I guess we should buckle in. It is the electrodynamic Cenobium. God, I'm good. Where? I think it's probably the bunker. No room for Heinrichs. That's fine. Prefer to not have an Inquisitor judging my actions. Even though I do want to kind of stick with dogmatism. And iconoclasm. He probably wouldn't care for the iconoclasm very much, though. It's essentially the same as heresy. Unfortunately. Okay, you, Governor Medina. I'll never know until someone says it aloud. I am ready for my triumph. Excellent. We will see each other at the square then. May the light of the throne be with you. Fly to the upper way.
I'll warn you if I hear anything.
Yes, please. We lost Vaughn. Vaughn? Please.
A new challenge for me.
Come with. Do we have to go all the way back? I don't know where this place we're supposed to be meeting is. Maybe it's a new thing on the map out here. We shall check. As soon as we get there, we go. Oh, okay, there we go. Hello. Who is this? Talk to the Master of Ceremonies. Your Lordship, peerless Lord von Valencius, I am the Master of Ceremonies of Rykad Minoris. Everything is in place for your triumph. Allow me to give you a brief summary of the upcoming event. Speak. You will take the road, now familiar to you, from here to the starport. You will be accompanied by your comrades in arms and a guard of honor. Body of the heretic, known as the Prophet of Aurora, will be pulled in your wake as a battle trophy. Oh, that sounds like a bad idea. A stop is planned in the middle of the road. There, grateful citizens will rush towards you, praising you for their salvation. Not to worry, this is a thoroughly choreographed interlude. The group of the grateful people will be composed exclusively of loyal citizens vetted by us, members of the military, young people, attractive and physically fit, a few healthy children. Oh, thank goodness. Can't have anyone overweight showing up. What is... This guy right here is a full-on cyborg. We have 2 mutants in our right now. No, we have... Do we have 2? Just the one. One's a psyker, though. Anyways. Yuck. Once they have said their praise, the procession will move on. Governor Medina will await you by the starport. It is also where the pyre has been built for burning the body of the heretic known as Aurora. You will be handed a flamer, blessed by a representative of the ecclesiarchy. You can choose to personally perform the burning, but if you wish to underscore the amicable alliance between House von Valencius and House Winterscale, it will be fitting to pass the honor of the burning to Governor Medina. However, the choice is yours. An excellent plan. I'm ready to start the triumph. This is disgusting. I don't want a stage show of gratitude. Allow the ordinary people of Rykad Minoris to speak to me or skip this farce altogether. Here's something where the separation of dogmatism and iconoclasm kind of fights for Vaughn's attention. He is a commissar, so he is very much aware of the impact of performances like these on the sort of morale of, I mean, mainly troops, but also on ordinary citizens. But he's also not like a huge showman and would prefer to speak to the individuals rather than this sort of farce. But I feel like he would probably prefer that on a more smaller level. Like if it's just some small groups of people, he would absolutely want to talk to the individuals. But since this is a celebration for the planet, I guess he's going to go with just go along with the charade. I mean, I guess it's not. It's a farce. He says it's a farce. That's basically what it is, yeah. Of course, your lordship. Great. Let's do this thing. I'm sure nothing horrible will happen.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Ooh, Lehman Russ. Where were these when we were coming through here? Mount the tank. Ooh, I can do the get me closer. I want to hit it with my sword meme. I'm a commissar and everything. Oh, there she is. Surrounded by evil, repelling emblems, Aurora's corpse looks like a tiny island of gloom in a glorious ocean of your impending triumph. The governor's people must have put a lot of work into protecting the body from decay, as well as sawing off the grim iron face mask. Oh. It's still there, though. The dead prophet has the weary, unremarkable face of an utterly nondescript commoner. One aberration of her appearance is the many small mouths on her cheeks and forehead. They have been painstakingly sewn shut with a thick thread and plastered over with a layer of face powder. The cosmetics transform the heretic's face into an eerie mask. Dog's shaking his collar over there. The corner of her mouth is frozen in a hint of a grin, wryly mirrored by her lesser mouths. Are you pleased, enemy of mine? The grin seems to ask. Well, I have won and you have perished along with your plans. I will hunt down your accomplices wherever they may be, and they will follow you into the fire. I wish I could learn your secrets, Aurora. You died too soon. No. I will hunt you down. Not a sound comes in response, but as soon as you blink, the corner of the corpse's mouth seems to move upward by a hair's breadth. Or is it just your imagination? The beginning of Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, which was another one of Owlcat's games, has me a little traumatized from celebrations. So, forgive me for being suspicious here. Is there anything else?
Awaits.
A bunch of dudes. Here, hold on. Before I do this, I gotta feed the dog. He was napping, so I didn't feed him earlier. Be right back. Take me a second. Okay. You might hear his bowl in the background as he chows down. Alright, let us mount this tank. I'm doing the thing. Where's my sword? None of my other party members get a tank. I should at least let them ride on the sides. Make way, make way. Let us greet the hero. A small group of festively dressed people rushes towards you. Among the guards in the security cordon, you recognize Camille, the young scout who led you to the command center. Ah yes, the dead guy. Who somehow came back to life. After walking into a steam vent. When he meets your eye, he smiles and salutes. Pilot Raquel. Glory to the Von Valancius dynasty. Glory to Von Valancius, a hero of Rykad Minoris. A stately, beautiful, and finely dressed woman calls out your name in a sonorous voice. It isn't until you take a closer look at her face that you recognize her as Captain Raquel, the pilot you met on Rykadia Philia. The grateful citizens wish to present gifts to their Redeemer. Master of Ceremonies' sugary voice almost brings a taste of honey to your mouth. For whatever reason, you know for certain that right at this moment the gaze of Aurora's dead, empty eye sockets is fixed on the back of your head. A thought surfaces in your mind, not a voice inside your head. No, a mere thought. They're all going to die, befuddled, deprived, never having seen the truth. And it's all because of you, enemy mine. Enemy mine? Of mine? Greet the people. It is my pleasure to protect an Imperium world and its honest inhabitants. May the light of the eternal Terra shine on us all. Address the soldiers in the cordons, stop the ceremony, take the people away. Something terrible is about to happen. Turn around and look at Aurora's corpse. Must keep morale up. Greet the people. Rykad Minoris honors the Emperor and bows to his most loyal servants, the rogue traders. Oh god. What? They're coming out of the darkness. They're stealing the light. The darkness is insatiable. And behind them, behind these thieves, an ineffable eye follows, watching. I'm sensing something. Boundless, blue, golden, dark. Oh look, it's Aurora again. Behold the final dawn. Somebody shoot the cannon of that tank. I don't suppose they have heavy bolters in those. What are they called? Side bits. I knew to be suspicious. Where are we now? Oh god. Oh no. Don't touch the sun, please. Good God. Those look like maybe Drukari ships. We did find a crashed one earlier. We weren't able to determine why it was here.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
All of you will bleed!
Oh boy. What is this? Psychosomatic trauma. She cannot use psychic powers. A good thing she's spec'd as a sniper, huh? Oh. Hey, you're taking all the good cover. Oof. Whale? Oh, there's actually... These are multi-meltas. Oh, but it's... They broke the tank? Come on. Is this cover? I can't move through it, but it also doesn't seem to be cover. Good lord, dog. I think its water bowl must be empty. Hold on. Okay. Yes, it was empty. I'll nudge that... Oh, noisy. Nudge that bowl halfway across the kitchen when it's empty. Trying to mute this thing while he drinks that water. Got a like a tracking collar, so it's got a big metal thing on the bottom of it, and whenever he drinks it clangs against the bowl. I don't know if you can hear that, but I suspect you can. Okay. I think this should be alright. I really just want to clear out this back here and try to get into cover around these pillars. Maybe have Cassia just melt everybody in this area, as she loves to do. Alright. Let us go. Why... I wonder why Vaughn didn't get a free action. Interesting. We're gonna have to be careful with veil degradation, though. Might just use one psychic power with Cassia. Alright, let's get her into her perfect spot. We can... I really want to pick whoever's going to be going first. Who is this? Find out. This one. Okay. Can we kill them right away? Looks like it. So in that case, why don't we just throw an analysis out there? Anointed cultist, fire starting cultist. Give him some exploits. And take this one out.
Will do. Farewell.
You. Oh, now Vaughn gets to go. Huh. I wonder if it was because of the... I don't know. I don't know why Itera got a turn right away. Not that I'm complaining. We could do Cassian now. Yeah. Get rid of a whole bunch of these enemies here with the... Oh. 3. Maybe. Can we get 4? Yes. We do this.
Try to die with grace, at least.
They did not move. Well. Okay, we could do voice of command, I guess, on Argenta. That's not Argenta, but okay. Pascal, I guess. Health degradation's at 13. It actually went... Did it go down? She can't see over there. Can't see there either, huh?
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
There we go. Sometimes it takes me a second to figure out where I want to do that. I was saying last time that it's really beneficial to cast this Notch of Purpose in a cell that is an equidistance between, well, I guess not between, but if you can get multiple enemies to move this same exact distance with it, it'll affect both of them. Otherwise, it just targets whoever's closest. But if there's multiple enemies that are in the same range, you can get more use out of it. Hoping that would kill them, but I guess not. 60. Oh.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Help me, Lord Captain!
What? Who? Oh. It was just Cassia taking damage from using all of her actions. One more minute. Now the dog wants to go out. I just woke up from a nap, so he's up and about now. One more second. Okay. Oops. Yeah, I'm dog sitting for a family friend here, so got a dog to look after. Alright, Vaughn really doesn't need to do anything else. He can only move. Argenta,
Doubt is for the weak.
grab some momentum. And again, we're gonna ideally... Oh, leader of cultists. Hello. Want him dead. What do he do? Psychic Shriek. Fumes of Filth. Oof. 4 AP. Chance for Veil Degradation. Chance to spawn. Oh, to become Chaos Spawn. Well, we really need to eliminate everyone back here. So we're not getting attacked from our rear here. I think if we run and gun, and then maybe... Why can she not move? Oh, there we go.
Rejoice in battle.
Could do this. Trying to see how we can get the most damage here. Well, we get a shot from run and gun. Okay. Not who I was aiming at, but we got him anyways. And then... Well, we may as well do rapid fire and controlled shot. But then we're going to do a single shot here. Don't miss. Thank you. Vaughn. This should give him pretty good sight on everybody. Who's next for us? For us. Let's get Pascal
All too easy.
as close as we can to the boss.
High momentum.
We could... Voice of command. Oh, and there's the dog coming in. One more break. Hopefully this is the last time I gotta get up. One sec. Okie doke. Took a bathroom break too, so we don't have to get up again. Alright, Vaughn. We want him. We have 3 points. Cassia. How's the veil degradation now? 12? Yeah, it really seems like it actually goes down when Cassia uses powers. I think we actually did give her something. I think with her last upgrade. Just curious about this. Stable roots. Whenever she uses a navigator ability, veil degradation is reduced by 1. Oh. I figured her abilities would actually still affect veil degradation. Oh yeah, they don't. Yeah, it doesn't say veil degradation at the bottom. Unlike Itera's psychic powers. You see veil down there. So yeah, her using her navigator powers actually makes veil degradation go down. That's pretty sweet. We should be using as many of those as we can. In fact, why don't we do voice of command on Cassia and give her another turn. Well, action. So she can't move, but we could do... We can only affect people we can see here, but 3... I don't think I can get both of them. Well, we could try these 3, I guess.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Got the leader. And maybe we can move... Is there somebody? No, okay. One. Diagonal. Up 1. Can't be there. Diagonal up. Diagonal up. I can... Might not be positioned right for that. Here I can't see... what about this? Diagonal... Here? Diagonal over. Diagonal up. That might work. See? Nice. And can we... Well, we certainly can gaze. Can we murder anybody without murdering ourselves? There we go. That is very nice. Can pass there.
These ruby flushes are choking me.
Alright, calm down, Cassia. It's gonna be fine. We could give... Maybe either Itera or Pascal a free turn. He's coming up next. Yeah, we should give Pascal a turn.
I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
Just so we can get rid of... what do we want to do here, actually? Recoil. Well, let's put Analyze on the leader. And... We should do something else that requires one. Could do joint, and that's probably pointless. Well, whatever. Okay, and then we can take out this guy. And fire a plasma shot.
Running binary.
There goes the leader. Turned into plasma puddles. And Vaughn doesn't have any action points. How many movement points does Pascal have? 17? The guy is well, literally a machine. Wow. He can go wherever the heck we want him to. Nowhere that I can see that he can hit multiple enemies. But we could... Who's next? We can just deny them turns the whole way.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Take out that guy next. Cultist, cultist. Cultist, cultist. Well, we could do this now.
Running binary override.
Analyze. And exploit on all enemies in combat that make a free attack against a target. Attack always hits. Well,
I am a savant of destruction.
yeah, okay. Didn't kill him, but almost did. Thank you. Cassia. Almost out of enemies here. Try to get these guys. Stepping into this, I can't imagine will be much fun, but I don't actually see it doing anything. Guess we'll see if it does. No? Did that do damage? Yeah, it looks like it did. Whatever. She regenerates. Not a big deal. Ooh, hello. Yes. Yes. Jesus. She is insane. Your comm bead comes alive. Big Dis's voice struggles to get through the thundering static. Lord 10, this is Master. Please Senda. Yes, of course. Big Dis, what is going on? 10 interference. Repeat. Camille runs up to you, his weapon still in hand. Your lordship, what are your orders? We have no idea what's going on. Civilians are fleeing in panic and we can't get through to the governor or our senior officers. I shall fear no darkness, for light is within me, and the light of my faith is in thee. I shall flee before no enemy, for there is no enemy more terrible than cowardice, and I shall overpower it. Argenta prays aloud, all while checking her equipment with deft fingers. Red, black, and lots of blinding white fear. The whole city's quaking. No, the whole world. Less talk, more action. What's Vigdis saying, Lord Captain? Are they going to send us a shuttle for us? We're en route to the starport. The starpening observe the appearance of the star from evacuate. The comm falls silent. Many eyes stare at you. I'm under no obligation to save anyone. It's every man for himself. Does anyone have any idea what just happened? All we can do now is try to make it to the starport. We're not abandoning people in distress. Everyone can come with us. No dogmatic option here. I mean, I'll say this, but there's no way we're going to fit everybody on our Arvis lighter. Jasper and I must get weapons, any weapons. We'll catch up with you at the starport. We might even pick up some people from the garrison or civilians along the way. We'll follow behind you, keeping a bit of a distance. We must escort the remaining citizens. Without the guards' help, they'll scatter or fall into the enemy's hands. The sense of alarm is now almost physically drilling into your temples. The fleeting little whispers at the edge of your hearing are sinister and gleeful. Does anyone know what just happened? The final dawn, Argenta says furiously. We stopped short of puzzling out the enemy's entire plan. O Emperor, forgive us for this negligence. I swear we will find a way to right it. Idara is holding her nose, trickling with blood. I saw blurry shadows reaching for a ball of bright fire and pulling it away, and another shadow, much larger and more terrifying, that followed them. It opened its colossal eye when the others were gone with their loot. I saw no connections, no complicity. It was like a loop catching on a hook. A small terror made another greater one crawl out of its lair and act. That's the best I can explain it. But what I can say is that I only see death in Rykad, my Norris's future. Death and nothing else. And I mean its immediate future. In other words, it's time to leg it. Idara looks askance at Argenta. Patience, everybody. Holy Sis here is almost done powdering her nose. Picking fights at the wrong time, Idara. A chill runs down your spine. You seem to feel Aurora's gaze on you once again. Only it's not coming from her corpse any longer, but from everywhere. All we can do is try to make it to the starport. A sense of alarm keeps growing stronger, as does the sensation of an intent gaze fixed upon you. Let us get out of here, but not before looting all of these delicious corpses. Okay.
It's about time.
Deliver us.
All this work to save this planet.
Can I fall back now?
Just a minor setback.
Guys, stop walking through the death clouds, please. Don't do it,
Follow
Argenta.
my lead.
Nothing fancy or
I'll
fun
lay
there.
claim to the stars.
There's one more.
I'm always ready.
Okay. Starport. eastern side. I think that's where we gotta go. Owlcat really loves destroying everything in the midst of a celebration, don't they? Yeah, I mean, Aurora had said as much when we faced her in the Zenobia. She said that there was a great death coming to the system. Basically, their cult was just sacrificing as many people to chaos as they could. Or it happened, it seemed like. Killing her did not stop that. Okay, the map is still the same. Not sure where we should go here. Maybe we'll take the side route. Don't step in the cloud, please.
None shall stand in my way.
Oh. Can't go that way, huh? I have to loop back down there. What are you two doing? My little voices have quieted down, like they're lying low, whispering in somewhere in the distance, like a drought sighing for the slightest crack. I suppose I should see it as a bad sign, but it's so nice to hear myself think again.
Victory awaits.
Knowing you, Mistress Talas, and being unwillingly acquainted with your voices, I would remain on my guard.
Submit,
Oh god.
and you'll die quickly.
I'll turn you into corpse stuff.
Great. We have no cover here at all. I guess we'll use the chaos spawn as cover. Oh, there's ghosts everywhere. Scale degradation's gotta be real high. Wheel? There's some cover over here. Get off of there. Oh no. Oh no. Well, so are we just like running through here? There's a lot of chaos spawn. We'll get Itera there. I guess we could fall back. Really not that much. And there's no cover over here either. Up the side there. Probably push through here. A lot of cover in this area. We can clear them out before all these guys come up. Definitely don't want to push down there. We're headed over this way? Yeah. Okay, well. Itera's not going to be able to shoot many people from here. But I really need her in cover. I guess she could hang out with Vaughn and I could give her extra movement. So that when I do want to move her, we can sprint out there. We'll just deploy forward with all these fine folks. Clear a line of fire for Argenta here. Although she can fire through allies. Cassia will keep kind of back. Alright. Vaughn. Just out of range, eh? Well, I guess we could give...
Nothing I can't do.
Let's see if Itera can even shoot anyone from here, because if not... she can't... No, she can't shoot anybody here. Not even that. Alright, well... In that case... I can't do anything with her abilities here. I guess we could do precise attack and then... Oh, wow. Well, I would do forewarning, but the Veil Degradation's very high. Really don't want to increase that anymore. What about a grenade? Can she... that's something. But alright, fine. Better than nothing. Great. And Vaughn should stand next to her. Yes, huddle together, please. Alright, Cassia can do point of curiosity and try to destroy everyone here. Get them out of my way. Alright, that killed some people. Get this guy to...
If I may.
No? Looks like he resisted, I guess. And then... What do we do here? Argenta... Pascal... Get Abelard to charge
It will be done.
the spawn.
I will do my duty.
Oh. I guess using Endure ended up getting rid of the cost reduction on charge, so now it costs 2. Well, I guess we can't do that. Got a shotgun he can't use. $45.
At your beck and call.
Not the most productive extra turns we're getting here. Get Cassia over here, I guess.
Flesh is weak, yet iron numb.
Alright. Itera's got a bunch of extra movement. Not quite enough to get into... I mean, that's cover, I guess.
There is movement in the Imperial.
I can tell, girl, your voice is echoing. we could do that and then...
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
On. Voice of command,
Already done.
Pascal. Give him some attacks on the Chaos Spawn.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Seems really loud, doesn't it? See if I can drop that a bit. I don't know if it's because of the echoing or what. Try that. All right, Pascal. Removes exploits. Oh, okay. Alright, I didn't quite understand how this worked at first. I thought it was removing all the exploits from everyone in a 10 cell radius, but it's only one per enemy in a 5 cell radius. And then if we get 4 or more, he gets increased damage. And then for each one removed, allies also get increased armor. Okay, so we want to use that on a cluster of enemies. I guess we're just gonna... What does this do? Bleeding. Sure. Big damage. Still seem pretty loud now. Why is that so loud? My audio is a little off. I moved my setup around. Okay, so he's, well, he could use one of these, I guess. Do this one. And we can move somebody. Probably Argenta, get her into cover somewhere. There. Look at my audio in here. I feel like the voices... Oh, okay. Seems like everything else is much too quiet. The voices were at 100%. These are at 70. Try this instead. I can turn the audio back up. Nope, not that. Alright. Give that a try. Okay, so it's favorite enemy, or sworn enemy. Restores all AP and MP. Gains 4 MP. Doesn't lose MP after using actions. Might be able to kill that.
It will be done.
Alright, let's do our daring breach. Look at that movement. And just go to town on this guy. There he goes.
Indeed. I took care of this one.
Beast mode. Oh, Lodi coming. Argenta, can we shoot that? Not very accurately. 50% chance. Probably have everybody moving up. Gains 4 MP. I don't know if we can shoot over this, but I guess we can find out.
Battlefield in righteous fury.
Nope. Sure cannot.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Martyrdom is a reward.
Pascal should really stop being on fire. It's not optimal.
Advancing.
There's an option, or a talent we can get with him to make him, I think, burn less and take less damage from it.
Request approved.
We've just had many other things. I get an achievement that says I've done 500 critical hits, like every time I crit. I don't think you can see it, but it pops up on my corner of my screen. Don't know why. There's no way we've gotten 500 critical hits in the first place.
Cogitation failed.
Leader of cultists. Well, we can't see down there. I don't even know if... Maybe if I switch to our ranged weapon, I can see we can... Ooh. Okay. Actually move Cassia back here. See if we can hit some of these. Just those 3.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
That did not do anything. Didn't even get a resistance test. Why is that? What happens if we do this just here? Wow. That ability is nuts. Like, she could just pick any cell, and the closest enemy is forced to move towards it, unless they resist. From anywhere. They could be anywhere on the map.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
There we go. The more powers we use of hers, at least we can reduce the veil degradation. I don't know why sometimes her her big area ability there does not work. Kind of odd. She can see all of those. That's good. She's got perfect spot on.
Anything is.
Put some exploits on
Was that you?
this
Or-
guy. Too bad we can't line up these shots to hit all three. But we can shoot him. Oh my god. So much damage. And let's... Oh. Can't do that? This one? Oh, there we go.
Anyone see that?
There we go. That gives them a big penalty to dodge. Be easier to hit now. Vonnie boy.
Forge ahead!
Put him behind Argenta. Give her extra movement next turn. Give it her more stats. We're gonna have Cassia go again. And we can even move. Could try to hit these folks with her lidless gaze. Can't hit many of them, although diagonal, 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 diagonal. Down, down. Is that the same? No, just him. Could try this again. I don't know why this didn't work.
I am a navigator as duty demands.
Okay, well, worked that time. Of course, we moved them out of range of her. Oh, no, we got that. Wonderful. I could probably solo with Cassia. She's so strong. What is this 32? Stack 32 of 100. Starts all turns, including extra turns, with 3 additional movement. First ally targeted each turn by your navigator with a single target ability gains the same amount of additional movement at the start of their next turn. No. We don't really have anything that affects allies, unfortunately. Have to look for stuff to pick up for that, I guess. Oops. All tabbing out. Alright, and then, I can't see her now. Then we could just have Argenta move.
Suits my purposes.
She can't shoot anyone there, so she may as well.
The
There we
enemies
go.
of the Emperor will be undone.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Abelard. come down here, and I think we can just charge right across.
It will be done.
Get into cover. We could do sworn enemy on this guy, I guess.
Victory is imminent.
Magenta.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Can we... Ah,
Be strong. Greater trials lie ahead.
there we go.
My frail organics require
I'll do
this.
Can't shoot anyone. Pascal. I'm gonna move him over here. And 4 leader. What do our plasma pistol shots do? Area attack. 1 creature in a 35. 14. Effective distance 70%, max distance 35. Well,
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
did a tiny bit of damage to Pascal there. Cassia. I really love how the navigator powers reduce fail degradation now. Here I was all worried that I wouldn't be able to keep spamming these all the time because the veil would just keep getting degraded. But nope. Yes. Come to me. Two HP. Get it right out here. Doesn't need to be over there now. And goodbye.
Farewell.
On's gonna help with the ladies here. Get, oh, no line of sight. Get caught up with the others.
I shall not fear.
Not gonna bother with any of this. Although, if we give Cassia another turn, I'm pretty sure we can just cast this and it'll hit somebody. Let's see, there's two enemies way over here. She's way over here. If we click right up here on this stage, she just killed them both. What? That's bananas. B-A-N-A. I forget the rest.
I
That's just
won't
so
tolerate
strong.
weakness.
Like, she could be way the heck over here and just click the cell next door. And it'll force an enemy all the way over there to move and take a huge amount of damage because of that talent we have on her. I never will not be impressed by that.
A new challenge for me?
Pascal, why are you hanging out over there?
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Oop. Heretical follower vest. Telepath staff. I'll take those. Finally, some interesting gear.
Follow my lead.
Killing a lot of trash mobs out here. Whoa, hello. This is just the beginning, enemy of mine. I know, I hear there's like 100 hours plus
Victory awaits.
of content in here. I actually really don't know how many hours this game is. They're coming, one following in the other's footsteps, the aurora of the morning and the aurora of the evening. Be more cryptic. I don't know if going to the starport's going to give us a cutscene. And if it's going to put us into a battle, I'd like to level up now. Oh, and we're on our last rank of our first archetypes. Get an upgrade to our heroic moves here. Gain temporary wounds. Yep. Oh, that was easy. Pascal. Intimidates enemies in a 5-cell radius around the target, reducing their dodge and armor. Abelard. Gains 4 movement points for each kill. And use their MP after attacking or using abilities. I feel like doesn't he have that? Oh yeah, he does have that. For 1 round, he becomes the priority target for every enemy hit by their melee attacks. Also gains 20% parry and 2 deflection. Give him more damage. He's already very fast. I'd like him to hit a little harder. Which one of these do we have? Our attacks are 20% harder to dodge. They gain 10% armor pen. Increased rate of fire. Yeah. And she's got the temporary wounds one. Any kills made by the target restore 1 AP and MP. Target can redirect the ability with the remaining AP and MP to another target. During their extra turn, they deal more damage. I'll just do that one. And what does she have? She's got the dismantling as well. Target can't move. Movement points are reduced by 3 until the end of combat. Cripples weapon skill and ballistic skill by 30. I like the idea of pinning them to the spot. We can catch a big target out of cover. Maybe draw them out with Cassia. And pin them with Itera. Okay. We can check our gear too, I guess. It was a heretical vest. Oh, it's same thing she has. And a telepath staff. What does that do? Willpower test. Suffer mental damage. What did it? I forget what this one did. We just added this to her. Next hit against the target will be an auto crit. It's a 10 cell radius. Okay. She usually has her sniper out, so I didn't even see it during that last combat. Almost back to the ship. So it seems like someone showed up to the Rykad system and stole their son? And then according to Aurora, it sounded like something else was going to come after that. Yuck. The anarchy on the starport will distress the hallowed machine spirits of the Voidcraft, rendering them deaf to all litanies of placation. The shuttle we use for the evacuation must be handled with caution. As long as you don't blow it up, bud. With all due respect to your faith, Tiananmen, if we find a working shuttle, we'll worry about restoring this machine spirit's equilibrium once we're back on board our ship.
None shall stand in my way. I'll see
Nope,
you
there it is.
terminated.
I will take you down.
Ambushed again. Why do we always get ambushed? We can't move before battle. Oh, Vaughn's turn. Well, Vaughn can let somebody move. Or... Can we reach down here? It's based on line of sight, right? Not quite, but we could do this.
Witness the fury of
This deletes 3 enemies. Way out of range. Is there anybody else? Or is it just them? No. Looks like it might just be 3. And Vaughn can give extra movement to these two
Tactics are flawless.
at the start of their turn.
Suffering is part of the trial.
Sharpshooter. Ouch. The big hit.
It will be done.
And deflection to a bunch of folks. There's no cover out here. Yeah, there's that, I guess. We go here. We should be able
Over
to.
there. Attention to detail is the key to success.
Ouch. Well, I was gonna go there. Well. I don't know if this is cover. Doesn't seem to tell me. Well, we could go.
I will do my duty.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? Alright, let's
It will
endure.
be done.
Get some of those hit points back. We could do Sworn Enemy, I guess. And pop off a pistol shot. Missed.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
Okay. That's a good spot for Itera. She really needs to get up here and disarm these. I guess we could run up, do
As
run
the
and
Emperor
gun.
commands, I act. Guided by faith.
2 AP. There we go.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
And we got 1 point left. Take a single shot somewhere here. 80. Yeah, alright.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Cassia. The monster. Not because she's a mutant, because she kills everything. We can do. Well, she can't really be very far out here. Okay, well. Let's try to pull that sniper. Come on. Where can we put this? There we go. Bloop. Dead. That ability is... I don't say overpowered very often. I think it is a extremely overused term, but goddamn. If that isn't overpowered. So strong. What else do we could do? A voice on Argenta?
If you insist, Lord Captain.
I don't think we can. Oh, we can bring it down. Wow, what is her range on that right now? I don't know, but I can reach her. We can't do controlled shot and rapid fire. So I guess just do a single shot.
Doubt is for the weak.
And then we could do controlled shot for the next turn. I don't think we'll need it, but we'll have it. And we can move again with Cassia. Idra. Can see them both from here. We could do our
Anything else?
perfect spot. Can we exploit them? Yes. Probably don't need to. But we will. We might be able to take both of them out here. If we do this.
On it. What an unfortunate
Boom.
turn of fate.
And then dismantling attack.
None will stand against me.
There they go. Oh, be careful, guys. Don't. Hold on. Don't do this. Disarm that.
They fear
Cassia,
to look at me because of my appearance.
don't move.
I fear to look at them because of their rotten-colored souls.
My whispers crave entertainment.
Okay, resume. Oh my god.
I better myself through my service. I woke up with a feeling of wonder, as if a field of flowers was blossoming nearby. A child was saved from death. 1,000 heretics were burning alive, begging.
Acquisition is possible.
It's about time.
So many minds.
Never doubt me.
Searching is my observance.
See?
Oh my
Right
god.
there.
What a mess. Sniper. Is that a duplicate of this one? 12, 16, 10, 30. 12, 16, 10, 30, yeah. Don't need it.
A new challenge for me?
Didn't even see this sharpshooter. Blue, where was your turret?
Follow my lead.
Thing broken? Turret was placed in a great hurry, but the Technomat never had a chance to activate it. Well, isn't that
I'll lay
inconvenient?
claim to the stars.
What are you guys guarding? Stop sniveling, recruit. You're addressing a rogue trader. Your lordship, permission to something. Permission to report. We've been posted to guard the field infirmary. Governor and Sergeant Malgar are over at the landing pad planning the evacuation. Where are they talking to? Can I go in? Hmm. There's stuff in here. Give me those. There we go. Alright. Starport. Right over here. Oh, do we have one more battle? No? Who dis? The stench of physaline and blood blankets blood blankets the starport. Echoes of shouts and gunfire drift over the landing pads. The shards of plexiglass crunch underfoot. You recognize Sergeant Malgar amidst the crowd huddled next to the shuttles. He was the soldier who greeted you upon your arrival to Rykad Minoris. I know I recommended him, or commended him to the governor. Pretty sure he died also in the first fight, actually. I remember not being able to find him after that initial combat. I know somebody died in the guard. The sergeant's chest is fitted with a sturdy-looking flak vest bearing insignia customary among your troops. One of the enforcers you sent must have given it to Malgar as a gift. Huh. A group of bloodied and frightened people is wedged between Malgar's wardens and the shuttles. You recognize them as the governor of the planet and the members of his high-ranking entourage. Their expensive attire has been torn in the fight, and many bear wounds left by bayonets. Examine the people in front of the shuttle. Sergeant Malgar, I demand an immediate report. Governor, would you care to explain what's going on? Point your weapon at the sergeant. How dare you treat highborn officials in such a manner? What? Sergeant, where are the people who were sent to assist you from my ship? Immediate report. I like having people tell me what's going on as soon as I get there. The sergeant spins around to face you, his face twisted, a twisted grimace of anger. Our esteemed governor and his... Did they just stab him? Our esteemed governor and his gang of cronies have been cowering behind us, and now when things got rough, they thought they could, what? Scarper? They thought they could scarper? Like, I guess that means flee? And leave us to die here. We've shed our blood for him and broken our backs to provide for him. And after all this, you think that's fair, you piece of grok shit? Oh, it was a stun baton. Malgar's stun baton hits the governor in the chest, causing the adornments on the governor's uniform to jingle in unison. Idra flinches and starts babbling desperately. No, no, no. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. The governor spits out blood and opens his mouth to respond when his head explodes. His body falls limp to the side, his remaining eyes staring upward. The chorus of nobles' screams cannot drown out the sergeant's spiteful whisper. Enough. You've said your piece. Cassia. For generations upon generations, the nobles of this world care for Rykad Minoris and ensured the prosperity of its inhabitants. And this is your gratitude, peasant? For killing a nobleman, you deserve to be executed where you stand. Cassia throws out her hand and Malgar buckles to his knees. My mentor was right. The rabble truly have no honor. Abelard looks at the governor's body and his brow furrowed. Madness. Punishable by death. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, it shouldn't have killed the man. Before I had a chance to say anything. Dogmatic follower, I mean... I'm working my way there. You're acting like an executioner. You think you have such a right? I agree, let us save your people and escape this place. Another in your position could have forgotten that the Emperor protects all his subjects, but surely not you. It is your duty to help anyone you can. I care nothing for these people. Just get me and my retinue off this planet. Point your weapon at him. You will drop your weapons, servant, or I will end you like a rabid dog. Yet again, we're at this crossroads. So... It is frequently the commissar's duty to execute people in combat who are often ones who are in charge, like officers, when their actions start to destroy their followers' morale. So... to some degree, I think Vaughn can respect and sympathize with the sergeant's sudden execution of the governor there, because he was trying to flee, and that probably put a damper on everyone's spirits while they were fighting. But I mean, he's not a commissar, and I'm here. I could have dealt with that, but he done did it on his own, which is really I don't know. There's like a part of Vaughn that can respect his actions, And then another part that's like, that is completely unacceptable. So, how do we move forward here? You're acting like an executioner. You think you have such a right. This is too... He's just too on board with what's going on here. Another in your position could have forgotten that the Emperor protects all his subjects, but surely not you. Your duty to help anyone you can. That's not bad. %100. Like I'm split between I will execute you now and trying something a little more diplomatic. I guess we'll do this. It's your duty to help anyone you can. Including the guy you just executed, sir. The sergeant pauses before nodding heavily. Your lordship, sir, you helped us when things looked grim for us. I'll do as you say. Why would you want to save these parasites? I don't understand. But maybe not all of them deserve death. See, this would be a thing where we placate him now, stop him from doing anything worse, and then when we get to the ship, throw him in the brig. Not okay. Oh, Christ.
You thought you had killed Aurora.
Oh, no.
False believers. Tremble, for I am Aurora. I am the herald of change. Behold the final dawn, and die!
Take a knee and bow before me.
Death to the false emperor.
Aurora is a word bearer. They said Aurora had many forms, though, so I doubt this is truly Aurora. Just a host or something. Heavy bolter, I do want that. Give me that. Powerful kick. Cannot be parried. Pushes the target 3 cells away. Toughness tester, fall prone. Ew. This is a Astartes, so that's scary. When he's targeted by perils of the warp, he gains an extra turn. Creature switches negative effects. Becomes staggered instead of suffering stunned. Cannot attack. Instead of suffering stunned or cannot attack. Becomes slowed instead of immobilized. Oh my god. And suffers psi dampening effect instead of psychosomatic trauma. Also immune to falling prone. What is this? Okay. Oof. Aurora's hatred. When being attacked, they'll unleash their hatred at the last attacker. Good to know. Chaos Space Marine will attack the target marked as hated by Aurora. What are those two different things? Every enemy the navigator has in their line of sight. Oh, that's... They're not a navigator, but okay, they also have this. 317 wounds. Okay, I feel like little lights aren't going to be good cover against a heavy bolter. Oh, and there's dudes over here. Did they just kill... These folks love invalidating all of my successes, don't they? Just, they're all dead. So much for that. Okay, Vaughn. I guess we can put in the middle here. I'll just wail on this guy with our melee. Well, yeah. I'll do. Start these guys right. Well, I could actually back up with Appellard, maybe. I don't think I can charge from there. If we charge from here, though, we get a big bonus to our damage. And we can do Argenta, Cassia, and Idara. This kind of worries me, though. Maybe there? I'm preparing for his inevitable rapid fire attack, which will probably hit everything in this line. That might work. Can't see who she can shoot here, but... Alright. Vaughn. Using this on Cassia is always very powerful, so he's usually getting that. Is there anyone else? No, yep. Try to hit all 4 of these, I guess. Wonderful. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Could try to... Probably good at resisting our powers, so let's just put this here and see who it kills. Maybe both. Yeah, just that one. That's fine. Can we... Oh. Sniper up there, too. Okay.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Boy. He is facing the wall. I think he's got to be looking at her. It showed his health bar when I did that, though, so that's why I did it. Nothing else. Good God. Almost took out Argenta there. What is that monster? Its image. It is twisted by corruption. Oh, Emperor, is my life meant to end so soon? Let's try to get that sniper down there. Can I... Everything's a little too close for that. I don't know if this will... Yeah. Okay. Didn't get the sniper, but... Maybe we can...
I'm not
turn them
accustomed
around.
to being ordered around.
Oh, he died. We need to... Do something here. Why can you not see them? Hmm. Could actually give Vaughn an extra action. Oh, but he can't use that. Okay. Might as well boost Pascal.
Nothing I can't do. Absolutely not. Not a problem for me.
Nice. A good way to get at all costs going on the enemy. We have that shotgun pistol. She can move again. Get her into heavier cover. Get her, still in range? Yep. Get some exploits out there. Perfect spot.
Else?
And much as I want to hit that guy, I'd really like to get rid of you. 82. Nah. 12 whole damage. We can move, but we can't really get a good... Oh, maybe here? Could be able to make a charge here, I think. Ooh. So close. Well, I think that's cover.
At your beck and call. That's not the Seneschal's job.
Argenta is feeling kind of wounded here.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Heal up. Still got some action points. Vaughn. Think what can we do here? Guy's not even halfway dead. Rebel leader gunner. Well, maybe if so. Aurora is going to target whoever last hit them, which is currently Argenta. So Vaughn should be safe here. as long as we can deal with this gunner up here, is kind of what I want to do. I just don't know if... Well, I'm going to give Pascal a move.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
And see if we can pull that guy with one of Cassia's
Emperor,
powers
give
here.
me strength.
Switch to your staff, please. Can we see? I feel like all of our... Maybe this?
Me?
Might work.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
No, it looks like they resisted. Dang it. Well, can't hit him with this, so I guess... No, we can't see him.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Try to do this. Nope.
If I may.
There's some damage. Could do finest. Oh. Can't see Pascal now. Could do finest hour on Abelard. Alright. And is he sworn? Yeah, he's sworn enemy. We can charge. There we go. Cassia can move again. Trying to get closer and closer to this guy. And it's still Vaughn's turn, actually. He is not finished. Lisa command Argenta, give her some temporary wounds. Pascal, let's get on the other side of this guy. Hit him with some exploits. Machine spirit bombardment, I guess. Banishment, rather. And try to get some bleeding on him. Got some damage. Oof. What? Did you... What? Don't do that. Don't blow up ships. Well, that's nice for you. Everybody can die, please. My God. Get over here. And can we see if he's already saved against this? Staggered, castigating. Well, we can try this. Nice. Can we see from back there? Probably, right? Yeah. What about this? 20 cell radius. He's a little too far. No, they both are. Precise attack. And take out this guy. Goodbye. And she can just hang out. Abelard. Still sworn enemy? Got so many things on him, I can't tell. It's weapon skill, it's down to 1. Wow. I don't see sworn enemy, so
It will be
do
done.
that. And we could charge and take out this guy. And then swing on him.
High momentum.
Genta's gonna need better line of sight here. Oh. Hello. Where did you come from? Well. They're all lined up pretty nice. On needs to get in cover.
Forge ahead!
And
All too easy.
move Argenta up here.
Rejoice in battle!
I think if we do this, we should be able to maybe single shot all of them to death. No. Well, start with this one.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment. I'll do it.
There we go. And Roar's getting pretty low. We give Cassia another action.
Already done.
Beef her up a little too. See if we can pull Aurora out with this.
An exemplary strike.
Oh, nice. Try another one of these. That might kill him. didn't, but
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
this might.
My salute goes to the true gods.
Oh yeah. Okay. Now I've seen it all, your lordship. Praise be to the Omnissiah for manifesting this statistical miracle and invalidating an unforgivable tactical prognosis. His colors were blazing, raging crimson. Thank the Emperor that our souls are unburnt. Anyone else want to chime in? No. Malagar. All he had is a las pistol. You continue to disappoint me, Malagar.
None shall stand in my way.
Loot the Chaos Space Marine. Ooh. We bolter. Oh, it's heretical. Dang. I mean, I guess that's fair. It was wielded by a Chaos Space Marine. Life-draining sword, also heretical. Dang it. Taking them anyways.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Heretical armor. Ooh, rebel sniper rifle. To compare that to Itera's.
Victory awaits!
2 whole Arvis lighters left. Is there anything else out here for us to grab before we go?
It's about time.
Anything secretive? This was our first ship, I think.
A new challenge for me?
No, those colors are red. I guess that wasn't ours. Or maybe it is.
None shall stand in my way.
Okay. I suspect we're going into cutscene land here. Let's rank up. Oh boy. Hold on. Save.
We
Alright.
shall prevail.
So we get to choose a new archetype. Officer archetype has been mastered. Level 16. So it can be a vanguard, an unstoppable force on the front line, and a beacon for their allies. Even when facing extremely heavy fire, a vanguard only grows stronger in the crucible of battle. Core focus, frontline leader rather. Defensive support, temporary wounds, absorbing attacks, attack redirection. Doesn't sound like Vaughn. Master Tactician, always in the thick of battle, using their leadership and combat prowess. Master Tacticians are able to harness the momentum of their party to enhance the combat effectiveness of their allies and themselves. Core focus, scaling with party success, long-term single target buffs, momentum, and versatility. Sounds more like it. Grand Strategist, masters of battlefield positioning for themselves and their allies. Grand Strategist is able to increase the battle effectiveness of their party by designating and strengthening important parts of the battlefield. Battlefield control, ally buffs, unique utility, enemy debuffs. We see... Yeah. Can create specific areas providing buffs to all allies, including the Grand Strategist, frontline, backline, and rear. In the first turn, all 3 areas can be created. In the following turn, only 1 can be created. All areas can be moved with the corresponding abilities and cannot overlap. If there's 2 or more Grand Strategists in the party, the combat tactics areas are common for all Grand Strategists, and the highest intelligence and fellowship bonus of all is used. Not be more than one of each, regardless of which is used. Grand Strategist always acts first in combat. Grand Strategist chooses one combat tactics area. Every ally in the area gains an additional turn with 1 AP and 2 MP at the start of Grand Strategist's next turn. For every enemy that was killed in the selected tactics area, the additional AP is increased by 1. And the additional movement points is increased by 2 up to 6. Okay. Choose a combat tactics area. Every ally... Oh, this is the desperate measure. The same thing. But his movement points are reduced to 1 until the end of combat. Fellowship primarily. Perception, toughness, weapon skill, ballistic skill. I do like this one. We do kind of utilize combat zones. Typically, we have Itera in the back, and then we usually have Argenta and Cassia and Vaughn kind of in the middle. Although Cassia can go wherever she wants. She gets so much movement. And then Abelard and Pascal are usually running up front. But why don't we have a look at the Master Tactician keystones here. Empowers their next attack to deal additional damage. For every stack of tactical advantage he has, loses half their stacks. What? Empowers their next attack. Oh, what are these? Gain a stack of tactical advantage for every 5 momentum gained by the Master Tactician or their allies. Begins combat with an amount of tactical advantage stacks equal to their fellowship bonus. Selects a 3x3 zone on the battlefield. All allies, including the Master Tactician, that have line of sight to enemies in the zone, make an immediate single attack against a random enemy within this zone that they can target with their weapons. Until the beginning of the Tactician's next turn, all allies that attacked suffer a -20 penalty to their relevant combat skills, while the Tactician gets a -40 to their fellowship until the end of combat. Oh, that's... I don't know why they have the desperate measure first. Okay, no such penalties exist for the heroic actions. Yeah, it's not really Vaughn's thing. I think Grand Strategist is more like it. I was fully expecting this one to be the one we wanted, but now this one is really the one. Front line, back line, rear. Yeah. I'll do that. What we get? Wait. Combat. Oh, okay. That's the same thing. Okay. Looks like we don't have a choice of any talents that we get or anything. Just gives us whatever the archetype does. Pascal. What are we doing? Why are we here? Nope. This. Types. There we go. Assassin. High damage, don't know. That's more like what Itera does. Not Grand Strategist. Bounty Hunter. Methodical killers who leave really dead bodies in their wake. Choose their next target before the previous one has even realized it's dead. Critical hit, defense production, killing priority targets, repositioning. Well, let's have a look at the features, I guess. Use an opening for each enemy on one of the enemy's sides. Whenever an assassin hits an opening, including overpen, they deal additional damage. After an attack, the opening is moved to the opposite side of the enemy. openings of each enemy that were not hit by the assassin during their turn are moved to a random side. Okay. Dispatch. Makes an attack with their current weapon against the enemy. Can't miss. Deals 50% more damage. Additional damage equal to 25% of their missing wounds. Assassin's dodge, dodge reduction, and armor pen and parry reduction are doubled. He gets one for that too. And that might actually be what we want. I'm not going to do another grand strategist. Mark an enemy as prey. Whenever he kills the target marked, they gain a stackable bonus until the end of combat, which gives them increased max wounds as temporary wounds. Percentage of their max wounds as temporary. Increased crit damage, increased crit chance, and both of the above. I start with 3 at the beginning of combat. Wild Hunt. Simultaneously makes several attacks. The number of attacks is equal to the number of prey in combat. Their attacks are divided equally among all prey in their line of sight. The attacks always hit and always score crits. I feel like this is more Itera, actually. I don't know. Temporary wounds is nice. Could kind of go either way with them. Agility. Intelligence weapon skill. Agility perception weapon skill. High damage, dodge and dodge reduction, threat elimination. Yeah, I think we're going to do Assassin on Pascal. Peak opening. Yeah. Abelard gets Assassin, Vanguard, or Arch-Militant. Formidable master of warfare, able to blend various weapons and styles mid-combat, be it melee or ranged, or anything in between. The Arch-Militant is best at it and becomes stronger and stronger with each second in battle. Versatility, large area attacks, personal buffs, weapon set rotation, crowd control. Doesn't really sound like his thing. Vanguard, though. The description sounded right. Each attack against him grants him a stack of unyielding beacon. Each stack increases his resolve by 1 up to 15. Allies in a 2-cell radius around him gain a fifth of that bonus. Temporary wounds applied to the Vanguard now stack, but only remain stacked until the start of his turn. At the start of his turn, temporary wounds are reduced to the largest amount granted by one of the effects. If the number is less than the number of stacks of unyielding beacon, it becomes equal to those stacks, even if they have no temporary wounds at the start of their turn. I really like that. Until their next turn, Vanguard attacks each enemy that attacks the Vanguard's allies in a 3-cell radius around them. And until their next turn, he always retaliates when attacked. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good. Argenta. Versatility. Whenever she uses an attack that's of a different type than their previous attack, they gain a stack of versatility. Types of attack can be single shot, single melee. Single shot, single melee, area shot, burst shot. Again, +5 weapon skill and ballistic skill for every stack. They have 4 more stacks. They deal additional damage. Okay, that's not too bad for her. Usually she just uses the bolter. But we did give her power weapon proficiency, and she has a bolt pistol, or not proficiency, but power weapon expert. And she has bolt weapon expert, and she's got a bolt pistol and a bolt gun and a power weapon. So she can make full use of all of those, I suppose. Until the end of combat, she can make an additional attack each turn. The first attack of this ability and each turn afterwards costs 0 AP. Ooh. Oh boy. I do like that. Or she can do Bounty Hunter. No. No, I think we'll do that one. Cassia. She is going to do Master Tactician. Additional damage on her attacks. Attacks with her fellowship bonus. That's not ideal, but take it. Yeah. Do that one. And last we have Idra, who's going to do Bounty Hunter. Alright. Okay, let's get that out of here. Gained a second tier doctrine. Find out what nightmares are occurring up in space right now. Yeah. %. Oop. Hello. Thanks be to the Emperor that you're alive, your lordship. We were most gratified by your return, and the crew is full of zeal to carry out any orders you may have. I'm glad we picked up that new crew before the celebration. 'Cause all those people are definitely going to be dead now. Before anything else, I will hear an account of what happened to the system's sun. Somebody tell me where the star went. What's the current situation on board? Why'd you not send a shuttle? What's happening on the planet? What's happening on the ship? That's where we are. Find out what's going on here. The navigator's sanctum is no longer empty, but the warp engine is still refusing to obey the engineers. Without it, we cannot perform a warp jump. Pascal's voice buzzes anxiously from its vox. It may be angry, or perhaps it is lamenting the injuries it has suffered. I will immediately initiate preparations for a prayer service. If the Omnissiah grants me comprehension, I will appease the machine spirit of this vessel. What's happening on the planet? Our augur operators are reporting numerous uprisings and other manifestations of the archenemy's powers at various locations on the planet. Based on the fragments of communications picked up by our Vox operators, there's practically no resistance being offered by the governor's forces. Millions of people are converting to the blasphemous Final Dawn cult en masse, and assembling in prayer circles. Well, we should have just blown that planet up as soon as we got there. Not that we could. Would have taken a long time from orbit. Before anything else, what happened to the sun? The Voxmaster falters. Lord Captain, we saw a number of ships approach the sun, black creations of inhuman make, amalgams of sharp angles and edges. They surrounded the star, and then, my apologies, but I struggle to find the words that can describe that terrible sight. The Xenos made the sun vanish into the void. Okay, it was Xenos. The interrogator closes his eyes and grimaces. Drukhari. You see Abelard's expression change, as if a shadow has suddenly fallen over him. He rubs his temples wearily, as if we did not have enough trouble on our hands already. Xenos, enemies of humanity. Heinrichs nods. A breed of Eldari, the most cruel and devious of their kind. The design of their ships matches the description provided by the Voxmaster. Like all Xenos, the Drukhari are a blight on the face of the galaxy, but their technological superiority is indisputable. They abhor and fear warp sorcery, which is why they rely on creations of their twisted intellect, and many of those creations are capable of things that may seem akin to sorcery to the unenlightened eye. The theft of a sun is one example of what they're capable of. Where did they put it? Little pocket dimension? Sucked it into the webway or something? Are the Xenos in league with Aurora's cultists? I doubt it. I wish to know more about these Xenos. Is there any chance we could recover the Rykad star? I think we call it a wash and leave. Oh, but we can't because our warp engine's not working. Are they in league with the cultists? We can rule out that possibility. The Drukhari would never ally themselves with the archenemy's worshippers. If I had to name one thing that humanity and these Xenos have in common, it would be our shared loathing for warp corruption. Heinrichs glances around. The situation causes immediate action, von Valencius. We can continue this conversation later if you so wish, but right now, he gestures at the desk teeming with tumultuous activity. I believe you should assume command. Do we have any hope of retaking the planet? Hell no. I fear that Rykad Minoris is lost. The situation is deteriorating by the minute. We must leave the system as soon as possible. However, there are still people on the planet who have not succumbed to heresy and who are worthy of rescue. Besides, the small number of our shuttles, Besides the small number of our own shuttles, we also have the shuttles salvaged from the starport. The dark eyes of the Sister of Battle flash. We must save as many as we can. This has all happened for a reason. Saint Argenta, whose name I carry with reverence and trepidation, is famed for saving people of a dying world through the power of prayer. The God Emperor himself sent a star from the heavens that lifted the saint and her followers up into the sky, away from the corruption and death. A star from the heavens. We must do as she did, direct our efforts to saving those people who at this moment look to the heavens in hope of salvation. The lives of peasants are of little value. Our prime objective is to save the holy relic, the miraculous fusion reactor, and the electro-priests who guard and tend to it. What? How are we gonna... We're just gonna pick it up? Because that would be awesome. But how? How? Abelard furrows his brow. Every moment we spend in proximity to a dying world, we're putting ourselves at risk. Your life, Lord Captain, is far more valuable than all of Rykad Minoris. Von Valencius' dynasty cannot be allowed to perish, and so lamentable as it is, we must rule out any idea of evacuation. Heinrich's eyes, like two deep, dark pools, are resolutely fixed on you. The world is doomed, and its inhabitants along with it. The disappearance of the star was the final nudge towards death, the finale of the cult of the Final Dawn's plans. Dude just said final, finale, and final. in one sentence. Just asking me to stumble over my words. I once witnessed a similar event, a world that had surrendered to the servants of the archenemy and permitted corruption to enter too deep. At this moment, millions of people are bowing down before those who promise them salvation, and they are willingly giving over their souls to chaos, a sacrifice great enough to bring forth the demon world. Okay, so blow up the planet with the Cenobium, and then we can prevent that from happening. Although that's what they were trying to do. I wonder how blowing that up would have worked. I mean, I guess maybe if they had done it, it would have been considered a sacrifice to chaos. And they would have been able to connect into the Materium that way. I don't know. Our only hope of stopping this process is to retreat to a safe distance from the planet and conduct targeted bombing of the Electropriest Monastery. If we blow up the reactor, yeah, this is what I was thinking, a thermonuclear reaction would follow. The world's oxygen will evaporate, killing off the entire biosphere. In doing this, we'll save millions of souls from a fate far worse than death, and will save Rykad Minoris from becoming an outpost of the archenemy. Pascal's not gonna like that idea, but I don't know how we could, like, save the Cenobium. Whatever fate you choose for this world, I urge you make haste, Lord Commander. The planet is burning in raging flashes of crimson and purple. You can see it even from orbit. As I do, I see the storm that is upon us. But with every moment we waste, it grows more difficult and perilous to steal the ship through the warp's turbulent currents. I'm with the lady on this. Enough talking. We need to get out of here while we still can. Something lurking in the depths of your consciousness bristles at the passing thought of saving people. The spike of horror you feel takes your breath away, as if you are planning to steal the prey of a mighty predator. The planet is already wrapped in a thread stretching out from the warp. It deserves to have a new master. Bristles at the passing thought of saving people. Oh boy. Why can we not try to evacuate at least some of the people? Which of the inhabitants can we evacuate? We'll not waste any time on this world. Pull back and begin preparations. Which of them can we evacuate? The nobles you rescued at the starport have given the coordinates of shelters where we can find surviving aristocrats and their families. As for Sergeant Malgar's troops, they will help to control the crowds of frightened commoners and prevent the shuttles from being overloaded. Thanks to you, we've salvaged many shuttles from the starport we can now use. The nobles? How is that useful? Extract all commoners who have not converted. The reactor must be saved. How do we... Nobles deserve to be saved among all others. I'm torn between... I mean, I don't know how... I don't want to click this. I'm afraid to, because... Can I save? Oh. 'Cause I want to know how we save it. I don't want to make a decision to save it. I just want to know the details. Because otherwise, I'm set to just blow the thing up and call it a loss. I'm going to click this because I'm hoping they'll elaborate on how this can happen. Any delay caused by loading and transporting to the ship will cost us precious time. Do not deceive yourself, von Valencius. If you indulge your vanity, you will doom billions to eternal torment at the hands of the archenemy. Um. Okay, so I guess the idea is that we can load it onto the ship somehow. The tech priests really know how to transport this thing? Well, I really want dogmatic points, but deciding the fate of a planet is difficult. I mean, they're kind of dead either way. They're either going to be eaten by chaos, or we're going to blow them all up. There's no saving them. We could get out of this with a sweet piece of archaeotech that generates enough power to power an entire planet, which is pretty cool. Or we could blow them all up and prevent them from being food for the Chaos Gods. Both seem pretty decent. Both deny them the reactor. What would Vaughn do? He'd probably blow the thing up. Yeah. Yeah, he would. I think if the character was more aligned with what I would do here, I'd probably take the reactor. But Vaughn would not want these people to become pawns of chaos and to die before the world was turned into a demon world. So we're gonna do that. Yes, Lord Captain, I will immediately inform the navigation and artillery decks of the impending maneuver. Henrix inclines his head. The right choice, Lord Captain. May the sacred exterminatus cleanse the veil of corruption. Ew. The bridge is in upheaval. The technoman's prayers mix together in a senseless cacophony while servitors work hastily to remove a hardened crust of sacred unguents from the warp engine's components. In the middle of all this tumult stands Pascal with the data slate clutched in his hands, seemingly disconnected from the flurry of activity around him. Crew, heed the word of Magos Hanuman. Pascal, I kindly request you take charge of this mess. What is going on here? Magos, why don't you assume control of the technomads? Surely their contribution will speed things up. Servitors work hastily to remove a hardened crust of sacred dungeons. Seemingly disconnected. Um. Stop. Uh. I guess we'll say this. Thank you, your lordship. You are right. Pascal's voice changes when he addresses the crew. He now speaks with authority and resolve. Tech comrades, heed my instruction. The mayhem immediately subsides, and the crew's actions fall into some indiscernible logic. The Omnissiah's servants start working in sync, and the binary clamors become a symphony of reports, which the Magos coordinates like a skillful conductor. Admirably done. The Omnissiah guides me. The prayers of the tech priests surrounding the cogitator almost drown out the sounds of the bustling bridge behind you. Pascal, poring intently over the data slate in his hands, extends the mechadendrite toward you. Please take your place at the cogitator, Lord Captain. I think it's actually cogitator. What do I say? What do I say? Cogitator? I think they say cogitator. I say cogitator. I've only heard a couple people say it in this game. Makes more sense as cog, don't you think? Anyways, that's how I'm going to keep saying it, probably. First, explain what we're doing. I'm just going to do what he says. He knows what I'm doing. The huge machine in front of you is lit with dozens of vid screens and hundreds of lumens. The blinking lights and endless rush of symbols and digits on the green background make your eyes water, and a vague sense of alarm simmers in the depths of your mind. A typical reaction of a lay person when confronted with the magnitude of the Omnissiah's creation. Among the numerous controls, you see the mouth of a cyber gargoyle, the same as at the gate of the warrant chamber. Oh, Heidi? At this. Pascal's voice becomes imbued with imperious force. Servants of the machine god, heed my command. Acolytes, prepare the incense instruments for the liturgy of machine spirit propitiation. I don't think I've ever seen that word before. Senior technomants, recite the prayer to generate a current data report. Operations will be marked by the... Oh, why do you do this to me? Campanological protocol. Omnissiah rejoice. Why is that one not a yellow word I can look at? I must inform you that for the purposes of safety, complete reassembly of the warp sextant and updating of its datasmith blessings are required. If this is not done, then at launch the volume of aggregate calculation errors could result in the destruction of the data crypts. But as we do not have 100 hours at our disposal, we must omit this procedure. Pascal looks down at the data slate in his hands. A minor deviation from the rite of operation for the sake of appeasing the spirit. What must I do? Deviating from the right. Listen, can't do this. What do I gotta do, bud? Place your hand inside the throat of the cogitator guardian, the cyber gargoyle, which has been assigned to guard the forbidden data crypts. The dynastic blood extracted from your veins will serve as a key to the data core where the machine spirit dwells. To it, we will offer our prayers so we may bypass the protective protocol for defensive connection and launch the warp sextant. Pascal's voice grows quieter. The laws of the Omnissiah know no exceptions, and so in this ritual I will remain at your side to placate the wrathful machine spirit in whose abode you will be intruding. Follow my liturgies, Lord Captain, and we may receive his blessing. Okie dokie. The metal jaws clamp down on your hand, breaking your delicate corporeal sheath, that's a weird way to say skin, and releasing warm red liquid into its gullet. At the same moment, the image on the vid screen before you changes, connecting 40.1, connecting 000.2, connecting many zeros 3. 6, what? 6 says. I'm not going to read all these numbers. It's working. Gesture at the vid screen. What does it all mean? What does it all mean, Basil? Reach out and touch the keys on the instrument panel. By my authority, I revoke the inviolability protocol of the warp engine. Yes. Do the rogue trader thing. Tell it what to do. One of the cogitator's vid screens turns red. Pascal sees this and raises his hand, signaling to the rest of the tech priests, then withdraws a connector from his sleeve and connects it to the machine. Servants of the Omnissiah, make now the offering of the cleansed data crypts to the machine spirit, so that we may be filled with their true and calibrated data. May the Omnissiah have mercy on our souls. Were they transferring all the data into them? They're purging it? In meek solemnity, the acolytes offer up the cleansed data crypts to the warp engine, one after another, repeating prayers of exaltation. After anointing the contacts with sacred unguents, Pascal inserts them into the cogitator slots. Your head begins to spin from the holy sensors, foul-smelling clouds of smoke, and from the loss of blood that the cyber gargoyle continues to drink from you. It's still drinking? Hasn't it had enough? And the world swims before your eyes. Let this mechanism awaken in renewed purity. Pascal enters a sequence of commands and raises his head, watching the vid screens. Suddenly, he stops dead. No. His fingers fly over the command runes, entering command after command. His mechadendrites, clicking their pincers, pull at one lever after another. The vid screens fill with strings of symbols, completely incomprehensible to you, but clearly conveying something to the Magos. What's happening? After a few seconds, one of the data crypts mounted on the cogitator begins to emit sparks. A moment later, another data crypt does the same. The next bursts into flame and gives off foul-smelling smoke. Around you, the Omnissiah's servants break off from their prayers, and someone bursts into frantic pleading. Pascal mournfully grates out, "The massive errors in the warp sextant calculations is destroying the data repositories. The offering did not appease the ship's spirit. The warp engine cannot be filled with the motive force. We are trapped." A moment later, the Magos continues uncertainly. "Perhaps an alternative Ryzian protocol, or an emergency launch of our auxiliary coils." The tech priest bends over the cogitator, but something in his pose and movements reveals his desperation. While the other vid screens are filled with more and more strings of symbols, the monitor in front of you blinks and its static image changes. Pascal is too engrossed in his ritual to notice. Read the information. Input. Nom OS stab true. Nom OS stab false. Stat check initiate. Perturb reg. Disturb reg. Nom OS operate. Resp query. I'll leave this to the tech priest. A moment, if you will. Pascal turns towards you, his flickering visor betraying his anxious state. "Lord Captain, He stops short when he sees the vid screen. Distorted transmissions from the data core, most likely the residual cognitive functions of the built-in servitors. Omnissiah shield us from machine ghosts." He returns to manipulating the cogitator's command runes. What query? The cogitator's servant creaks quietly in its joints, a sound that is drowned out by the binaric hymns and tapping of command runes. Input, NomOS ping, NomOS resp, NomOS operate resp injury, rescue query. this is probably the right way to do this, but I'm no red robe. Rescue. Yes, rescue. Now, Machine Spirit, this is the Lord Captain of this vessel. Obey me and start the warp engine. Pascal's voice shakes with tension. That is a non-executable request, Lord Captain. Even if the voice receptor could interpret such, Pascal's next vocalization goes unsynthesized as he sees the vid screen begin to stabilize one after another. The strings frenetically galloping across the green background are replaced with stable images or regularly updating status reports. Only one monitor remains inexplicably red. The tech priest's vox crackles in shock, but his report is as clipped and cynical as ever. Registering warp sextant activated. Registering data stream stabilizing. Registering 0 data errors found. Reporting the warp engine is ready for translation. After a pause, he adds, I'm also reporting evidence indicating a Category 3 miracle fulfilling the criterion. Thou shalt witness the mechanism that toils in glorification of its function and in defiance of deactivation. I gotta read that again. Indicating a Category 3 miracle fulfilling the criterion. Thou shalt witness the mechanism that toils. Oh, okay. Probably because we just did something that isn't supposed to work. Helmsman Ravor. Lord Captain, Ravor here. The crew are almost finished carrying out the orders given earlier. I've just received confirmation from the engineering halls. I don't know what you did, but the warp engine's up and raring to go. We're ready to begin translation to the warp, your lordship. Lord Captain speaking. I give the order to commence translation. Get us out of here. Waiting for you to ascend to the captain's throne, Lord Captain. May the Emperor protect us. Ooh. Oh. I guess we exploded it. Well, there goes Rykadia Minoris. Darkest dungeons now.
The Von Valancia's flagship made its way out of the doomed star system. As the void shift plunged deeper into the Corona's expanse, the rogue trader's subjects bid a formal farewell to the late head of the dynasty, Theodora von Valancius. Having paid their last respects, the crew gathered their strength and braced themselves for whatever was to come next.
Sure, the worst is behind us, right? How could it get worse? Completed Chapter 1. What's up, gang? Lord Captain, allow me to report. Our journey through the warp is coming to an end. Lady Navigator Orcelio informs me that we have reached the point where we can translate to real space in the Farabundus system. The Lady Navigator and her pilots are awaiting your permission to begin the process. The Furibundus system is home to Footfall, the only Imperium outpost with a functioning wharf in the Coronis Expanse. The tech priests are begging you to have mercy on the machine spirits worn down by the warp and allow the servants of the Omnissiah to inspect and heal the void ship's wounds in the dock. The prayers and rituals will take some time, which our astropathic choir will use to establish a connection with the prime worlds of your protectorate, Dargonis, Janus, and Kiava Gamma. The first time our technopathic choir has been brought up. They're basically our phone to the rest of space. Big group of psychers that send out messages together. Master Zachary Weeze has recovered an invitation previously adrift in the Immaterium. The Liege of Footfall has humbly requested an audience with the rogue trader of the Von Valentius dynasty. According to Master Zachary, the message was tinted with shades of pleading. I quote, "Apparently the Liege is anxious to meet as soon as possible." Argenta. Footfall. The place where filth and sanctity go hand in hand. Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso will most likely expect a visit from me. I imagine he will be interested in talking to you as well, Von Valentius. Heinrichs. I will be leaving your void ship when we arrive on Footfall, Vaughn. Once that is done, consider the Lord Inquisitor's task complete. Okay, bye. Abelard. Your lordship, young Yvain Winterscale, has asked me to convey his gratitude for your hospitality and for saving him from certain death. Not wishing to outstay his welcome, he plans to disembark at Footfall. Lord Yvain swears he will not forget his debt to you. I haven't had a chance to talk to him since we rescued him. Pascal. I hereby inform the rogue trader that during a comprehensive system inspection right, this unit recovered data clusters within the captain's cogitator that are concealed from prying eyes by means of a personal cipher and a sacrament of algorithmic authorization. Unit Von Valentius has been added to the access list and assigned the identifier Keeper 2. The unit can access the unit. Oh, it tells me a unit. The unit can access the data from the captain's cogitator provided he possesses the decryption key. You detect a hint of something resembling curiosity in Pascal's mechanical voice. Are you leaving us, Heinrichs? The arrangement between the Lord Inquisitor and your predecessor was that I be transported to Footfall and no farther. I dare not take advantage of your generosity and patience any more than I already have, Vaughn. Trying to decide. I suspect that we're probably not able to have all of the possible companions. I feel like the ideologies that each has can create some conflict there. I don't know that Vaughn is going to be somebody that the Inquisitor would have a huge problem with. Like I was saying before, his iconoclastic side would probably not go over super well with Heinrichs, but Vaughn is also rather dogmatic, which I think would work out fine. But also, we don't... I like the party composition that we have now. So I don't know that I'm going to be like running out with him a lot. I mean, I guess we could still ask him to hang around, at least until it becomes an issue. I hope we meet again. True servants of the Emperor, always welcome aboard my ship. You're a skilled fighter, I could use people like you. What do you say we extend your stay in my retinue? Finally, by benevolence and patience, we're both about to run out. So be it. Yeah, I mean, Sure. We could use people like you. Wanna stay? Thank you for your offer, but I must decline. I'm afraid my duty to the Golden Throne comes before everything else. Okay, fair enough. Argenta, who's this Reverend Hieronymus? Ignis, tell me about the system. What do we need to know about Footfall? Argenta, who is this Reverend? He's the head of the Drusian mission on Footfall and one of the most prominent clergymen in the sector. Paying him a visit is a good thing for any loyal servant of the Emperor to do. I assisted his mission before I joined Lady Theodora on her voyage. I need his blessing to accompany the new rogue trader of the von Valancius dynasty. If you wish to have me aboard your void ship, I request that you meet with the Reverend. Okay. Abelard. You know anything about the Liege of Footfall? Vladeum Tokara is a very peculiar young man. Consider your upcoming conversation a baptism of fire in Footfall's political arena. Such things are not spoken aloud, but Liege Tokara is the appointee of the Kazbalika mission, the largest robber baron crime syndicate in the Calixis sector. They specialize in the cold trade, the buying and selling of all kinds of Xenos rubbish. I am somewhat familiar with that guy, actually, from the tabletop game. He's one of the characters in there. Same position and everything. He heads the mission. They have a lot of information on the cold trade in there as well. Actually, one of our characters was in the party was connected to him and was a cold trader himself. Footfall was previously run by a liege who did business with several criminal factions at once, but he suffered an accident. The reins of power were picked up by Vladeum Tokara, whose appointment benefits not only the Kazbalika mission, but also their most powerful ally in the Coronis Expanse, rogue trader Caligos Winterscale. Vladeum is a slippery yet very cautious fellow. He does not usually beat around the bush and does not play mind games. Perhaps more importantly, he's no fool. Fools do not rise this high in the Kazbalikan hierarchy. Keep all this in mind. You are a rogue trader, you stand above him in status and wield considerable power. Having said that, history has seen cases where the Kazbalika barons crossed swords with rogue traders and emerged victorious. Do not forget that and remain vigilant. Scow. The Kazbalika, vile tech thieves. Pascal's Vox barks out the last word like a profanity. Why does the liege want to see me so badly? Not you personally. He wishes to meet with the rogue trader of the von Valancius dynasty. Tokara does not know about Lady Theodora's death and is simply seeking an audience with the powers that be. My gut is telling me that something must be very wrong in Footfall if our astropath managed to read such strong emotions in such a anodyne message. We have no information, Lord Captain. The broadcast from Footfall's astropathic choir was the only missive Master Zachary has received lately. Okay, well, tell me about the Furibundus system then. Furibundus is valuable due to its close proximity to the Maw, the gateway into the Immaterium. The system is mostly known for Footfall, the main base for merchants, privateers, and rogue traders traversing the Coronis Expanse. Additionally, the star itself is orbited by an Adeptus Mechanicus station, which is off-limits to outsiders. Altar Templum Calixis X-17. I had the honor of tending to this shrine for a few thousand cycles. Wow. I suggest you abstain from visiting it, as most tech comrades at the station are engaged in meditative calculations that should not be interrupted. What do we need to know about Footfall? It is the largest port and capital, trading capital of the Coronis Expanse. It has a dockyard that allows us to inspect and repair the void ship, and it boasts its own astropathic choir, the Coronis Expanse Communications Nexus. not to mention pirate hideouts, smuggler caches, and forts belonging to a dozen gangs, groups, and factions. In the Coronis Expanse, the Imperium relies on this as its outpost. The fringes of humanity's domain rarely resemble its central worlds, but so long as Footfall serves the God Emperor, insofar as it can, it will be considered a citadel of the Imperium, although I have heard that its tithes, the tithes it sends are underwhelming, to say the least. How does it even send? They have to send their tithe ships through the maw? Those poor people. Due to Footfall's remoteness, it has developed its own rules and customs. Many of the goods can be procured there would be considered heresy in the heart of the Imperium, enough to warrant summary execution. Moreover, Footfall is the domain of rogue traders who transcend certain Imperial laws by virtue of the warrant they bear. Footfall's the brief stop. What comes after that? As soon as we solve the issues plaguing this ship and establish contact with the key worlds of your protectorate, the time will come for you. The time will come for your Magna Accessio. Magna Accessio, the official ceremony of donning the mantle of Rogue Trader. Oh, we still got to do that, huh? It's mostly a formality at this point. You already possess all the privileges granted by the warrant, and yet it is still a major milestone in your personal history, the moment your name graces the list of the heads of the Von Valancius dynasty. We're all looking forward to that day, Lord Captain. Alright, get us into real space already. Tired of reading. Good lord. Vigdis begins issuing instructions. The massive ship appears to change with her every word. The bridge is set in motion as hundreds of people start to prepare for the shift to real space, and measured chanting fills the corridors to safeguard the vessel and its crew. Vigdis turns to you again. One more thing, Lord Captain. No one at the station knows about Lady Theodora's demise and you inheriting the title. Liege Tokara will be informed. It is required so we can use the dock, and besides, he's expecting a personal audience with the rogue trader. He will not meet with an unknown person of unclear standing. However, there is still the matter of announcing your arrival. You can either arrive on the station with the proper pomp and ceremony, or you can choose to visit it incognito. Tell me in detail how these choices will benefit me. According to Footfall's unwritten laws, rogue traders enjoy special privileges that extend even the power that exceed even the power of the liege. However, they may choose not to exercise those privileges in certain situations. Arriving incognito will give you more room to maneuver, while an official visit will allow you to directly intervene in local affairs. I shall explain if you do not mind. As per this unwritten rule, every rogue trader arriving at the station has the right to veto any of the Liege's decisions, but there is a catch. The Cronus Expanse is home to several influential rogue trader dynasties, and Footfall is where their interests intersect. Of course, that does not prevent certain persons, namely Caligos Winterscale, from subtly pulling the strings in Footfall. If you, as a new rogue trader, start your career with an official landing and a parade in your honor, the other dynasties may see this gesture as the newcomer challenging their spheres of influence. I do not see that as a bad thing necessarily. Old Man Winterscale may take slight offense. Porta will be put on her guard. But you have just risen to prominence, and most people in the Cronus Expanse may not have even heard about Lady Theodora's departure yet. It must be made clear that the banner of Von Valancius soars as high as ever. Heinrichs, if I may, I would recommend arriving incognito. You will have plenty of opportunities to savor the sweetness of the burden of power, but right now is the last time you can take refuge in obscurity. This way, your arrival will not draw much attention, and the people will treat you as a person, and not the almighty sovereign anointed by the Emperor. It can be used in some situations to your advantage. I can definitely see the advantages in arriving incognito. But Vaughn does believe in using one's sort of presence as a tool. So I think we're gonna arrive officially. It will be done, Lord Captain. Vigdis bows again. With your gracious permission, I will return to my duties. Please, give your Vox a rest. Ooh, Gabe, why are you... You got a ring on you. What time is it? My phone updated and the font on my clock is different now. 9:19? Okay. We got a bit left. We could, well, check our inventory. I wanted to look at that sniper rifle. Hit our, 4 more minimum damage, 5 more max damage, 5% more armor pen. It's less accurate, though. Shorter range, less max ammo. What's it look like? Ooh. The long lance has been pretty nice. Her ballistic skill's not, like, excellent. It's fine. It's under 50, which is sort of the halfway. But, like, our starting stats, I think, are 30, typically. Yeah. So, 45's not that much higher. Like, compared to her perception and willpower, which are much higher than that. So it would be nice to have more accuracy. Even at the expense of damage. I mean, we could just give her both, but I'd rather she have the option of using the staff if she needs to. Damage. Increase target's dodge. Yeah, we'll keep this on us, but I don't think I'm going to equip it. Could give her this sword. That's a big range on that brutal strike. What's it look like? Ooh. Green sword. Large staff. I'm gonna send these to cargo. Nobody else in our party are heretics, so really don't want to keep any of the heretical. Oh, we got another one of these. Ugh. Well, we're set up to have a heretic join us. Got a bunch of equipment for him, but nothing we can really give Nidara. Nobody's going to be able to use this. This is heretical, right? Yeah. Yeah, so nobody in the party has heavy weapons. Well, does Argenta have... She might have proficiency in heavy weapons, but she doesn't have strength 60. And it's heretical, so The chances of getting this equipped to somebody seems pretty low. This armor is very bad at this point. Trying to clear our inventory of some stuff here. That's probably fine. Alright, let's just run around
Lord
and
Captain. Lord Captain.
talk to anybody that might have new dialogue. Can we... IH630. The reflections of the bridge lights are playing on the unlit vid screens of the cogitator. Next to the machine stands a hunched tech priest who bows as you approach, his body nearly folding in half. Lord Captain, the machine spirit of this mechanism slumbers. Should you wish to awaken it, use the key of your blood. Who are you and what is your purpose here? My designation is IH630. The tech priest points his only mechadendrite at the machine beside him. The venerated Engiseer Prime has entrusted this sacred mechanism into my care. It is now my duty to assist the rogue trader's understanding of the Hallow Code. What is this blood key I'm supposed to use? We already did it, Vaughn. Your literal blood. I want to try talking to the machine spirit. The servitor's powerful jaws close around your hand with a shrieking clack. Shrieking clack. You feel the cold metal pierce your skin and draw blood. The vid screen in front of you flickers relentlessly, filling with numerical combinations. The tech priest by the cogitator nods curtly. The sacred mechanism is awake and ready to receive your request, Lord Captain. Pascal's informed me that the system has encrypted data stored inside. Wish to know its contents. Have the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicum been able to discern how the ship was able to start her warp engine? The Engiseer Prime spends hours pursuing the quest for knowledge in hopes of comprehending the nature of said miracle. May the Omniscience grace guide him on his journey. There is no doubt that it was a miracle sent by the Omnissiah as a manifestation of his will, yet the Engiseer Prime managed to perceive some logical connection within the streams of data. I am not privy to this connection, but the Engiseer Prime will surely share this new discovered knowledge with you in a detailed report. What's in the data here? Without another word, the tech priest turns to the cogitator. He raises his hands and a prayer of binaric code pours out of his Vox device. The servo motors in the bowels of the machine grow louder, its undulating hum responding to his chant. Numerical combinations run down the screens. Scanning 0.0, 0.5, 0.9. A bunch of techno babble. The machine spirit has discovered numerous critical errors. The data is damaged. The tech priest stops abruptly, and the green glow of his visor narrows, registering an intact segment. The machine spirit has spoken. The worlds of Kiava Gamma and Dargonis hold certain data repositories. The mechanism is ready to provide the rogue trader with data keys that can unlock said repositories. How do I accept these keys? Gracious machine is willing to transfer the data keys to the head of Mus von Valentius by means of an Elect 2, a hypodermic tattoo augment. If you are ready to accept the keys, place your hand in the servitor's mouth. Deep within the servitor's dark gullet, unseen, burning hot needles pierce your wrist, but the sharp pain only lasts a moment. The Elect 2 that has been planted inside your wrist should be enough to open the repository doors. Just gave me a QR code tattoo. What are these? Data repositories? That remains hidden. The encrypted databank belonged to the esteemed Theodore von Valencius. She was the only one who could have known about these repositories. Perhaps the former Engiseer Prime also could have known. Omnissiah accept his code. Omnissiah accept his code. If I were to propose a hypothesis, it would be most prudent of a figure as eminent as a rogue trader to store her classified data in receptacles most secure. Anything else about those? The Omnissiah favors you. The machine spirit is willing to commence the calculations procedure that could restore lost data. Oh. Okay. Pascal can't help here. Restore the data on the cache located on Dargonis. The machine hums louder until it lets out a resounding crackle. Then the sound stops and an unmoving numerical combination lights up on the screen. The tech priest's synthesized voice sounds almost concerned. The data has been restored, but it is only a single phrase. Litanies of the motive force. That is all the sacred mechanism was able to salvage. Litanies of the motive force. I'm interested in the cache on Kiava Gamma. The servo motors within the coggitator pick up the pace, their heavy thrum growing louder. The machine clicks abrasively for several minutes until eventually a numerical code appears on the screen. The tech priest turns to you. Blessed are the Omnissiah's deeds. The repository on Kiava Gamma has a security system guarding it. The machine spirit has recovered a code that will allow you to disable the defenses. Okay. Thank you. Bleeding from my hand again. A factotum. Anything? I'm going to ask him about this after we've done my official ceremony, I think. Replace that picture. Then I will truly be the rogue trader. Idara. I've learned that there are caches left by Theodora somewhere on Dargonis and Kiava Gamma. Do you know anything about this?
Me? Not a clue, Lord Captain. I don't know who Lady Theodora would have told about a thing like that, but it definitely wasn't me. Why would you whisper that to me now? Why? Lord Captain, I don't know anything about caches or Lady Theodora's secrets, but the voices have just reminded me about something. I was once given the chance to try some real wine. Lady Theodora gave me some. Not just any old synthetic booze, but her favorite plonk. She always drank it in her palace. It was golden in color, and its name was Flame of Purity. A silly name, but the flavor was so intense, and like nothing I'd ever tasted before or since. Apologies. It's probably not important, but I don't know anything more than that.
I want you to leave this ship. No. That's...
Of course.
Okay,
Always...
well, thank you for that. Oh, hey, Abel. He's alive. Pascal.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
We'll get to this in a second. Abel.
May your labors be...
Thank you. Hello. The person you saved from the Electropriest Monastery, the servant of the Omnissiah who calls himself Abel Hanneman, is staring intently at the Cogitator's vid screen. Wires connect the sacred computing machine to augmetics inside the prayerfully bowed heads of murmuring servitors. Prayerfully. Abel looks up at you. After a lengthy silence, he looks away and says stiffly, "The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all." Are you mad because I blew up the reactor? Giving me the cold shoulder. How you feel? Oops, that's not what I wanted. Why do they have the same name, I guess I asked. Abel freezes. From his Vox synth, barely audible through the static, come the words, "The naming of the names is not an index to the text. The naming of the names is the text." Abel's answers can be enigmatic. His mind works differently from ours. He thinks in harmonic imagery and notices the symmetries and proportional relationships in the world around him. Poetry would be the closest analogy to how he perceives and interacts with reality. He and our navigator should hang out and have a poetry and artistry off. Never imagined there could be poets among the tech priests. Pascal, do you understand what Abel is referring to? Could you please explain what you mean? Express yourself clearly. Are we overthinking it? It doesn't matter why your names are the same. What matters is that they are the same? Is that what you mean? Let's move on from this. What is he referring to? He does not know. Negative. However, I will hypothesize. Tech brother Abel is seeking to convey the idea that our matching identifiers are not the key to some vital data point. They are, in and of themselves, the vital data point. At this stage in my analysis, I can draw no useful conclusions from this proposition. However, the very fact that Tech Brother Abel is trying to hint at something points to him either being better informed than I am, or having constructed a more in-depth analysis of the situation. That is useful information. What if you're just, like, related? Are we overthinking it? It doesn't matter why your names are the same. Sure. Is this what you mean? Abel looks at you sideways, and at once his transfixed stupor is gone. At this point in time, the cycle has been broken and reshaped into a rising spiral, as Amarnet envisioned. On hearing his mentor's name, Pascal lets out a raspy, static-filled sigh. They are connected. My hypothesis regarding Abel's connection to the blasted Armanet has been confirmed. What you working on? We catch the soul of the light in the solar wind. We look for the footsteps the Omnissiah left when he walked the desert. This is, oh boy, this is the oniromantic computation procedure. The depersonalized minds of these machine spirits are in a data dream, processing enormous oh my god, processing enormous arrays of assorted data and aggregating them. Virtually all results of such synthesis are scrap data, but occasionally we have noted coincidences whose exactness defied logic. I know it would have cost them a lot more money to have all of these voiced, but boy, it would have saved you all a lot of pain, I'm sure. Oh, it is an extremely rare and venerated form of statistical augury. But Tech Brother Abel is adept at this form of appealing to the Deus Mechanicus. How do you do it? Inspect the sacred machine. Look for logical connections. Take a closer look at the vid screen. Check for anything unusual. Why do you do it? It is how we execute the quest for knowledge in the hopes that the machine god grants us an epiphany, so that we may discern a logical connection in the mass of absurd data, which will propel our comprehension forward. Look at it. The hair has been removed from every servitor's head. Their bulky cerebral augmetics cover their skulls like helmets. The faces of the cogitator's servants are blank. Their eyes are closed. Their lips are incessantly whispering what sounds like gibberish. Hundreds of lines of symbols containing information scroll down the cogitator's vid screen. Abel Hanneman peers at it with voracious rather, in sharp contrast to his usual placidity. Take a closer look at the screen for anything unusual. You notice certain repeating patterns in the scrolling column of runes. You may not know what they mean, but you can clearly see, or rather sense, their similarities. You point these out to Abel, making his face light up with joy. Crystal is exquisite in clear water. Deviation from the cycle's trajectory has been increased, as was Armanet's wish. Abel lowers his head, and his Vox synthesizer broadcasts a Brinaric hymn you do not recall having heard before. Its sound is full of vibrant energy and precise rhythm. It is nothing short of pleasing to the ear, a rare thing for the language of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Pascal explains with an inexplicable air of pride. Tech Brother Abel has dedicated a large area to you. A lesser area to you. Aria, I think is how you actually say that. The piece is distinguished by a high degree of acoustic harmony and is fit to use as a motto, auxiliary identifier, or epitaph. He wrote me a mixtape. Of his own making, I guess. I thank you for the generous gift. Why, thank you. With a life as eventful as mine, I'm certainly going to need an epitaph at some point. What use could I... No. Nod wordlessly. Thanks, bud. The gift is disproportionate, but it does signify a personal affinity. He likes me. My interest in the subject has been exhausted. Abel goes back to intently watching the calculations, his eyes alight with curiosity. Did you hear what he said? It seems to have contributed to Armanet's design and deviated from the cycle. What does that mean for you? A low guttural sound rises from the depths of Pascal's Vox synth, as though the planet's tectonic plates are shifting and crushing each other. The mighty rumble brings forth words imbued with power. We follow a path charted by a great mind, but that path leads to dark places. The cycle has the advantage of predictability. Abandoning it will plunge the collective into a perilous state of uncertainty, which will inevitably lead to disasters and the risk of universal annihilation. The doctrine of discontinuing the cycle may herald good things to come, or it may be a death sentence. Only the Omniscient knows all and comprehends all. Others are mere prophets who interpret his wisdom as far as their own comprehension permits. I'm hoping that by the end of this game, I'm so well practiced in reading aloud that I don't stumble so much, but my God. Whew. It is a chore. Like, I know like 99% of the words, how they're pronounced. I understand what's being said, but God, if saying it out loud, reading it aloud, isn't the hardest thing I have to do. Is that not the promise of every heresy? Let's renounce our path, distort our doctrine, and head out towards what looks to be a better future, but actually only has danger and grief in store for us. As flawed as the status quo is, it's helped us survive for the past 10 millennia. The dog is up. Therefore, it is effective. Better to die fighting against change than rot alive. My God. Disaster is just another word for opportunity. Not missing it is what it's all about. I am no prophet. I will not presume to make pronouncements on the future. think this one here, I mean, just in the Rykad system alone, we saw examples of sort of the again, this is from their perspective. I want to make that clear. This is in universe, the way people think and sort of see the world. This is the kind of worldview of the Imperium. Is that deviation from dogma, from the way things are meant to be, inevitably leads to heresy, however ill-intentioned or well-intentioned it may be. So, from the perspective of people in the setting, this is very fitting, I think, for especially Vaughn to say here. Is that not the promise of every heresy? Let's renounce our path, distort our doctrine, and head out towards what looks to be a better future, but only has danger and grief in store for us. Now, that is something that I kind of want Vaughn to struggle with, because I want him to see opportunities to make things better. Places where things could be improved, but then he has to struggle with the dogmatism that is so ingrained in his being. That's why I wanted to do kind of a mix of iconoclasm, which is that well-intentioned deviation from dogma, and also pursuing some dogmatism as well. So anyways, let's say this. That statement is true. Many dangerous philosophies appear impeccably logical, yet have dangerous defects that their creators were unaware of. There's doubt in the tech priest's voice. The tone of thundering profundity drains from Pascal's vox, giving way to his familiar sibilance. Sibilance. Okay, I guess we're done about that. Let's finally ask Abel how he's feeling. I meant to do that first, but I misclicked. The tech priest stares intently at his feet for a while, then says in halting voice, "The running of the binaric protocols was bogged down and dissolved in false commands. The filter has separated the correct signals from the incorrect. The running has been restored to its swiftness." Yeah, they did like possess him with corrupted code. But we Texor-sized him. Tech Brother Abel has passed the diagnostics. The pernicious influence of sacrilegious procedures has been completely eliminated. Statistically, most survivors of the schismatical's infestations are left with severe cognitive impairments. However, Tech Brother Abel's mind, being a less typical nature, has not been damaged to such a great degree. Gaze into his eyes. Are you free from possession? I trust you pose no threat to my ship. Abel's voice quivers, and his eyes dart around, desperately avoiding contact. What was flawed has since been purged, but the shadow of the hunt linger. The cog is dismounted, and no judgment has been made. In the absence of judgment, threat remains. Who will make the judgment? I will. Pascal places a mechadendrite on Abel's shoulder and repeats, his voice heavy like a wheel tread crushing the dirt beneath. I will make the judgment that will avert the threat. His gaze falls upon you. There is no need to frighten him. Hey, I got something screwy going on in my head too. There's some kind of warp entity that is imprinted on my mind as well. What troubles him so? What judgment do you to speak of? Why are you so concerned about him? You care for him as if he were your younger brother. See, I told you. That's why they got the same last name. I'm sure it's not that simple. I will not try to give him any undue cause for dread. What's the dealio? I assumed at first that this was caused by the shock inflicted upon his system by the schismatical attack, but my tech brother's words are a sign of a deeper reason for his unease. He foresees something that threatens both him and all those around him, and thus I stand ready to face this threat. What judgment do you speak of? Only he knows, but if my tech brother fears that he might not make the right decision at the critical moment, then I will do it for him. Okay, well, I'll leave him alone about that. Goodbye. Abel immediately looks away as if he's lost all interest in you, but then his voice crackles, barely audible. I am glad to see you. Aww. This guy's still T-posing. Been doing that since the beginning. I guess that's his job. To assert his dominance at that machine. Bridge officer, are you... You don't have anything to say to me. Heinrichs?
To what do I owe this visit?
Goodbye. Just looking for new dialogue, bud. What about you? Anything interesting? You may be interested to know that a group of officers was discussing a grim rumor over a lunch. Word has it the apparition of Lord Captain Theodora has been sighted on board lately. Yes, you heard right. They say she is haunting the decks, dragging wayward crew members off into oblivion. Disquiet has spread throughout the ship as the anomaly has been reported in different sections, sometimes entire kilometers apart. In case you didn't have a good idea for how big the ship is. It's kilometers apart. The Vox Master leans closer to you. Master Heinrich van Kellogg's expressed interest in our communication stations and Vox nets a short while ago. The interrogator appears to be very well versed in the matters of sacred technology, and it worries me. A man of his knowledge and in his line of work is capable of discreetly planting his own devices in our systems. We will be vigilant, Lord Captain, but you should try to be more careful as well. Thanks. Is Winter's Scale down here somewhere? Argenta, Ravor, Cassia, Ballet. Cassia.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations. I have enjoyed your company.
Yes, I enjoy when you say that to me as well.
Greetings.
Okay, nothing here either. Ravor. Nope. Well... we could go check out the captain's quarters. See if anything has changed down here at all. Oh, the Mask of Aurora, the prophet of the archenemy who foretold the final dawn on Rykad Minoris. Yeah, we're gonna talk to what's his name about getting this taken down. Put me up there. It'd be nice to keep this in the ship somewhere, just not in my room. Need to learn how to play the organ. Ladies love a man who can play an organ. That's... I meant that literally, like, you know, the organ. Never mind. Can we put these in here now? Thank you. I don't want to do any of that, I guess. Anything else? Regicide, a bunch of guns. Give me these. I want this power sword. Melt-A-Gun. Ooh. Thunderhammer. Chain axe. Rocket launcher. Melt-A-Pistol. Ooh, that would be fun. One day. Anything in my bedroom? Nope. Bathroom? Nope. There's no toilet. Where am I supposed to go when I need to go? Surely not the big bath. But I don't know, man. I don't see any bathroom. Well, what time is it? It's almost 10. I guess we could level up some of these remaining party members here. Oh, he's already got that one. Priority target. Sure. And he gets a new archetype. Deals more damage. Opening. Whenever he hits an opening, they gain additional damage. And then it moves to the other side. I don't want to do Vanguard. Make him kind of a tanky psyker who's adept in melee. Since Cassia and Idra are definitely not that. I could level these up, but I really don't see a point. I guess we could do Grigori. The heck of it. I don't think we're ever going to use Till. I only made him because I wanted to see if we could make a second NPC. Custom one. And Grigori's cool because he's a flame weapon expert, but kind of all he does. It's different than anyone else. We could give him some, like, some of these. Disturb demons with his hymns. Strength. Chain weapon expert. Shield of Faith. And then what's he got here? Becomes priority target for every enemy hit by their melee attack. Okay. And we could give him Militant. It says large area attacks as part of the core focus here, so that'd be good. Oh my god. Dog, you stank. Think he's got to go out. Oof. Yuck. Okay, there we go. I'm surprised that, what's his name? Yvain Winterscale's not here. Let's have a look at our map. We're in the Furibunda system now, right? So we can see what's ahead of us here. We'll save before we go anywhere. Sometimes we get like little side missions. Oh, we have some text. Lord Captain, Rever's voice over the Vox sounds weary rather than annoyed. I'm getting reports of several ships moving towards us. Judging by the fact that they're not responding to our hails and the telemetry shows a trail of macro batteries, they're not here for a chinwag. Ready to issue orders to prepare for battle at your command. Oh, I don't want to do that. Autosave. Okay, well, we do have an autosave here. I don't think they're going to give us a choice on whether we initiate this right now or soon after. Okay, let's stop here. Furibundus. Yeah, that just saved. So we'll be fine. Oh. There hasn't been an autosave since we leveled up at the starport. But we have that one. Okay. Yeah, we'll call it good here. 10 o'clock on the nose. Alright, well, we got out of the dang Rykad system. We also lost the Rykad system. Rykad Minoris got exterminatus. And the Dark Eldar stole the sun. Sorry, Drukhari. But we rescued some people, right? I mean, we got Yvain out of there. We got Abel out of there. About it. Oh, I picked up Cassia and Pascal and all them on it, you know, obviously. But, so not a total loss. Got our ship back to work in order. We can jump into the warp now. Got the crew filled out. Things are looking up. Minus the losing a planet thing. Technically, it's not even our system. It was a Winter Scale owned system, so not even a huge loss on our part. But I'm interested to see what Footfall's going to be like. I'm very eager to see what it's like in, what do I want to say? Like rendered visually to see, because I've read a bit about Footfall from the tabletop game and the various factions at play there and the different locations and all that. But it'll be cool to actually see in game. And it seems like we might be doing some starship combat here, which I've seen the menu for. It shows our ship with its various components and stuff. And I think I'd read that there's some kind of starship combat as well, but we haven't done it yet. I was kind of thinking maybe we were going to, on the way out of Rykad, maybe fighting a Drukhari ship or something in our way. But it looks like we're going to do that now. Unless we can talk our way out of it. If that's an option, we will try. But, anyways, that'll be for next week. Anything different about next week? We'll be playing Cyrilium Sunday. Monster Hunters Monday, and then we'll be back here for Rogue Trader on Tuesday. So Tuesday and Thursday, which is what I have it normally scheduled for. This week was off because we had some trouble with Monster Hunter one day, and then that shifted everything, and but I ended up being around for tonight, so we were able to get this in this week. Anyways, so we'll be back here next Tuesday. So thanks for stopping by, and I'll see you next time. Bye.